Hello guys, this is going to be a detailed breakdown of the furniture animation that I did, and I will not be talking all the time. Most probably, uh, if I'm doing something that is not uh, quite unique or difficult or challenging, uh, I will be saying, yeah, well, that's how I did it, and uh, this is pretty much the workflow that I used to deliver this project. I used 3ds Max to model everything and texture everything, but you can use any software that you're comfortable with. And I'm just showing my process that how I did all of this. The first thing that I'm doing is when I model everything, as an Arquiz, a typical stuff guy. What we usually do is, put everything together, and it's a bit of a mess. And uh, the first thing that I'm doing is I'm cleaning up everything, like removing all of the modifiers and collapsing everything into one single mesh, and checking something for errors, like if the meshes are properly connected together, or none of them is kind of a scale, like putting uh, every object the reset xform modifier, so that the scale and transformations are reset to 00. So I'm using the forensic utility. That utility is, I think, free, but I'm using the cyanide tools. You can check them out by going to the cyanide website. And right now, as you can see, that I'm checking for anything which is not collapsed, or maybe put in groups, and setting up my render engine to default and checking up if everything is, you know like properly set up. And the way that my workflow works is that I usually uh, convert everything to Corona uh, render with the script that I'm using. It's a default script, and then I use a script to convert the materials from physical material to Corona legacy material. You can find it on the Script Spot website, and I will probably be mentioning that website in the bottom of the YouTube video link. And then what I usually do is, after I convert to Corona legacy material, I convert the scene with the V-Ray material script. By the way, the Corona and V-Ray multi sub-objects maps cannot be converted by this script. Uh, that you have to keep in mind. And I think right now I am thinking that uh, this slide, uh, I started, ungrouping the objects and then attaching all of them. And one thing you saw that uh, the scene had hierarchy, so I have pushed the unlink button, that's top left, with the undo and redo, and the you know the safety pin icons over there. These are the link and unlink icons. So right now I'm converting every material to standard material, because I want to be exporting into Unreal with the standard material, and I am not going for the data smith route. I will probably be going with the instances objects with the data smith, but typically I use the FBX plugins to export my objects. So I have to convert everything to standard material, and you can see that I you know attached one light. I've set up one light, and then I use the clone and align utility 3ds Max. So with that utility I can replace all of the instances with the groups, and I did set up the pivot. That's why I redid reinitialize the command. So I can set up the pivot the proper way in the groups so they can be replaced. And you can see that I am replacing these groups by the instance object that I did via attaching everything together. Before that, this light was in groups and probably in multiple parts. I combined it to one object, and the benefit of that is that the object comes into Unreal Engine in just one particular object, not multiple objects. That is very important for my workflow because I don't have to hunt down and select multiple objects to move or to modify something. You can see that I am attaching every objects together, and I did ungroup everything, and I that is a personal preference, but my preference is that the object have to be one single object uh, with multi sub object materials in standard. That is the preferred workflow that I use, and this is what I am comfortable with. So as you can see that I'm looking for constantly, I'm looking for objects and picking them one by one and attaching them together and replacing them. And the workflow that I use, I categorize objects into layers. That is super important, that you have to be organized. Otherwise you are going to be lost in Unreal Engine if you are not organized at all. So I try to be as much organized as possible, and this is very important for me. For this part of the process is very important for me because in our quiz typically you get changes a lot, and when something gets changed, the client comes in and he asks for, like, change this wall. And if you are not organized and you did not put anything into layers, or you did not attach the objects together, or they are in a group or something like that, then it will be a very painful process to find the objects in Unreal Engine and delete them and replace them with the geometry in 3ds Max. So I encourage you to take your time and be organized. Find a workflow. Find the objects that you think that they could belong in a certain layer, like these objects. these are the wall objects and these are the ceiling objects, and try to ungroup and attach them together, and after attaching them together put them in a separate layer. So that is a very important process, because if you get lost, and if the client comes in and he asks for to change something, then you would probably not be able to do this in a later stage. Like if you're probably in a finishing stage, then I think that you will not be able to complete this. And most probably I think that you got the point, and I am doing the repetitive changes, and I think I will put these videos to really fast forward, uh, so you know because it will be quite boring to watch, quite frankly speaking. And I am also renaming objects as well, so you can see that I am putting those objects into one layer. And now I sped up the video like 400% because you guys got the point what I'm doing. And I'm just you know finding objects, ungrouping them, uh, and attaching them together, adjusting their pivots. That's probably the whole process that I am doing for the next couple of hours, or maybe hour or two. And also I'm uh, not forgetting to reset the X form, like resetting the transformations of the objects. Because if the transforms are not reset on the object, they will probably be uh, not come to the place, or maybe don't have the correct scale in Unreal Engine. One more important part, that I am also assigning a UVW map modifier to the objects as well. I tend to typically do the UVW map modifier with 100 by 100 by 100 centimeter scale. You don't have to unwrap all objects in your geometry, unless it is a specific object like a furniture, a chair, that needs to be unwrapped. Otherwise, a typical box mapping of 100 by 100 by 100 centimeter scale is good enough, because I will be creating material in Unreal Engine, from scratch. So that's why I use this process. And later in the stage, you're going to find out that I missed a lot of the objects. I did not apply the UVW map modifier to a lot of the objects, but it happens in production because you're doing something and then suddenly you're doing something else. Uh, but I recommend that you keep your tasks at hand, and try to, as you ungroup your objects and you attach them, you typically apply a UVW map modifier, or if the object requires an unwrapping, you unwrap as you go. As you know, I am a student of 3D Buzz. uh, I learned a lot from Zach Parrish modeling back in the day, in I believe so 2010, I think. So what they usually do is, Jason Busby used to say, "Edit as you go." So that is what's behind always in my mind. So I usually edit as I go. I usually do modeling and I usually do editing with it. Some people, don't do that. So, but this is my way of working, my way of, doing the process. Typically, I think the curtain in the floor mat does not require a UV map because it was already UV mapped. You can see that I did attach the remote object as well. I first ungrouped it and I attached all of the parts together in an element, and I am also creating layers, and I am renaming those layers, and I'm putting objects. And I usually like to navigate in 3ds Max Unreal style. You can do that by using the arrow keys on your keyboard. If you press the up arrow key, you will go through the walkthrough mode in 3ds Max. So that would be, like in navigation like in Unreal Engine. So that's a plus or a home ground advantage, you can say. So now I am checking, all of the objects, and probably in this part I am going to model the chair, and uh, after that I am going to model the table. The client provided me a specific model with the dimensions, so I have to follow the dimension, and this is my typical modeling workflow that I use. I am using PureRef uh, to combine all of the references together, and I just drag the image and put up a standard material. That was the wrong slot. I have to put that in the diffuse color. But anyways, I think that kind of did the job in the viewport. But that texture usually goes into the diffuse color slot, and this is a very typical process. If you do product modeling, you have to set up some couple of images, to left or right. Sometimes I do that, but sometimes I don't do that. Because I usually like to see the image and then model. So that there is the process that I usually do. It depends how accurate you want the model to be. But I'm kind of setting up some general scale, and the process that I usually do is I make couple of boxes for scale, like what is the height of the chair that I am modeling. So I usually set up the almost the height and width, like length and width of the object, length and width of the object that the object resembles. So I typically like what this part is length and width wise or the height wise. I usually create boxes and then I turn them into display as box mode, and after that, in those boxes I constrain my model what I am modeling, and I constrain those references. I call them reference boxes. So or rather I should say that scale boxes. You can see now that I am scaling my reference image to the particular uh, box that in this case represents the cushion, I think probably the cushion of the chair. So it's like 16.5 inches by 15.4 inches. So it depends uh, how much you want to be accurate. In this case I want to be fairly accurate, so I am modeling mm, like fairly accurately, because this is typically the product commercial that I am shooting the animation. Like this is the product commercial animation that I am going for. Setting up boxes, the scale boxes, to match the length and width of the particular model part. As you can see that I did pointed out that I am going for 19.7 inches. How apart the legs are in the chair. Fast forwarding this video because there are a lot of tutorials out there uh, that can show you how to model the chair or something like that. But you get the point. You can see that I am adjusting the objects. like trying to set up just a base shape that I think I'm going to be extruding along, seeing my reference image. That's quite important, to figure out the lines, to figure out the base shape, like where the shape is going to, and how the curve is flowing in what direction. uh, right now I just applied a simple smooth modifier, and I just snap the object with the scale box, or at least the box that I created for the scale. And you can see that I am now usually uh, because I'm on old timer, I don't like to go to right click and go very deep and find the convert to and then convert to dribble poly object. So I because that I usually do a lot, so I you know use my custom quad menu. So I decided to show you guys how to create this, and I'm just putting the modifiers that I typically use a lot. And you can go to the customize user interface, and, then open up your quad menus, and then put the modifiers that you use a lot. So these are the ones that I usually use. So I am putting that so that I can access them quickly by using Shift, Control, Alt, and right mouse button. And you can see that I use Boolean as well, and I'm saving the viewport, and I'm closing Max and then reopening Max so that I don't have to do the process every time. And probably I am just setting up some custom colors and some experimenting with the colors as well. I think I'm going to fast forward this video as well a little bit more, or probably not, because let's see. Well, this is a very important process I think that I'm doing. What I usually do is I before doing the boolean operation, I typically save the part as a backup, so that uh, if the boolean fails or something else happens. Right now the max's booleans are quite advanced nowadays, uh, but anyways, I that is an old habit. I think I usually keep the backup copy of the model that I usually use, and that's a fairly I think detailed model. So I did set up the viewports like this way, so that I can model in detail. And you can see that I am using the FFD modifiers to you know reshape the whole object rather than doing vertex by vertex. And that is the kind of that is a bit tedious, I guess, but that is the process of the modeling, the traditional modeling part. And I think I've been doing this type of modeling for so long. There are now other ways of doing modeling, but I'm still not used to model that way. Uh, but this usually works. So I usually go with that way of modeling. 3ds Max have improved quite a lot, and uh, Max has a lot of new modeling. Well, actually, quite a lot of new modeling tools as well. But typically I don't use them a lot. But you can use them if you're a new guy who uses some new modeling tools. Right now, I'm just uh, looking my model from all directions and all views, like top, front, and perspective. You can see that I am tumbling the camera a lot, and I'm also looking at my references a lot. In the pure ref, I put all of the references, and I usually, you can see that I usually do some changes, and then I look at my reference. And by the way, these curves, they are just the helping curves. They just help me to understand the form of the product that I am modeling, like in a very simple curve manner, like how curvy this product model should be. And right now I am just using the 3ds Max soft selection tool to you know pick up some edges nicely and softly, so that I can put some dip inside the chair, like I'm seeing in the reference image. And you can see that even though I am just modeling a simple product, I am still using the layer editor to put the objects in the particular layer. And right now I am studying my references, so the more you look at your reference, uh, the more you can get closer to the object that you're modeling. And you can see that I am not going beyond the how do you say, the scale boxes that I've set up previously. So I'm constraining my model inside of the boundary of the scale objects, the particularly in this case the chair's length and width and height dimension boxes. There is the process of a very typical like modeling process. Use something, you extrude something, and then you uh, modify the vertices, and then you look at your reference, and then you modify, and then you put some details where the details are needed. One thing you can notice that I am always building up stack. And what I mean by stack is that I usually like to, you know, go with one uh, particular achievement in the model, and then I put up a new editable poly or edit poly modifier, to edit further more uh, in the model, so that if I get screw up some place, or I get did some very bad changes in the model, I can go back to a previous state in the modifier. So that's why I like to stack some modifiers. you know Keeps me safe. That is, I think, a pretty standard modeling process that you usually do. And I don't want the video to be quite boring too, so I think I am going to fast forward this a lot more. Let's see. A very typical process of adjusting the vertices, trying to see if the form is correct, if the direction is correct. Right now I am just looking at uh, big volumes, big shapes that I can match with my reference. trying to see if some modifiers work or not. I usually put turbo smooth or subdivision modifier on top. This is quite an old way of modeling things, but you know what, it is what it is. And yeah, I did put some detail in the object, and I think right now I was trying to snap, but in the end it did not work. So I said, yeah, well, okay. At this stage, I fire up Chaos Vantage, to see what I am modeling. I think Chaos Vantage is a very awesome tool uh, that you can use to, model. Previously, we have in 3ds Max, we don't have anything like that. So we have D5 and all of the other renders available, but I typically use Chaos Vantage while I am modeling, like seeing the detail, how it's going to look in the render. And that is, I think, in my opinion, that is quite helpful. You can see the precise geometry cuts and all of the details. That is quite, actually, in these days, that is quite very useful. In these days, you can see that I am constantly looking at my reference and constantly modifying my geometry, like how it is looking, and trying to be accurate and precise as possible, moving vertices, looking at my references and doing the render. Right now I just applied a wireframe modifier, just a simple modifier, the wire color in the diffuse slot of V-Ray material. I don't want this uh, you know how do you call this, breakdown of the video to be to be so long that you guys get bored. But anyways, you got the point, you got the idea. You can see that how useful Chaos Vantage is in this particular stage when we are modeling. And I am quite a fan of these kind of software. They do help you a lot. And you can see that I did not look at the model from that particular angle. and when I'm using the wire color in the video material, you can see that I am seeing the quad wire color. Right now I am just putting some detail, and this model needs to be accurate, but because the client requested these features, that's why I am modeling these. If I was doing a typical artquiz job, I will not be modeling the base of the chair, because in this case that is not a typical artquiz job. That is per commercial that I am doing, the animation that you guys saw, most probably 1 minute product commercial shoot. And now I am just adjusting the reflection, and I turned off the global override, and you can see that there is chaos vantage is real time, and it's so awesome that nowadays that we have tools like that we can see. Mm, Back in the days we had nothing compared to like that, uh, like we have now. But it's getting easier by the day. I did cap the object, and I'm just trying to see which way the symmetry is working. And these, you see the four edges that I put, these are called support loops that I put. I did spend a bit of a time modeling this, because this is the product that you see in the animation a lot. So I did spend quite some time on this product, and I try to be as much as accurate as I can. Now I did adjusted the refraction there. Now uh, I put the symmetry modifier to uh, model the other side. And by the way, you can rotate the symmetry modifier as well, like I am doing. And I am consistently using chaos vantage and also the pure reference images to be as accurate or as close as possible to my reference image. And I'm now putting some manual cuts and then chamfering these uh, vertices to make a hole. in the model you can see, and I am now searching to through references to you know have a look around and to dig deep uh, in the images to see some more detail. By the way, I am using centimeter as a scene scale, so when I export these objects into Unreal Engine, they will not be, you know, some odd size or scale. They will be correct in scale. Unreal uses centimeter. Default Unreal unit is in centimeters. These are just some simple bevel and extrude operations, and you can also see that chaos voltage is extremely useful because I'm almost seeing the real-time render result as well. By the way, chaos voltage is GPU based, so you have to have a good graphics card, and I think probably chaos voltage some minimum requirement is RTX graphics card. So you I think you need an RTX for chaos voltage to work. Right now I am just looking my model and looking at my reference from the same image, from the same perspective, and I am trying to analyze the shape of the model, like how accurate it is. That is very important because this is a product commercial, so that is very important that you have to be precise as possible as you can. Right now I am you know looking at the reference and looking at the curves, and then changing the reference, and then changing my model, and then looking at my model, like how uh, accurate it is and how accurate I want the model to be. Sometimes there is a trial and error process, because sometimes you have to uh, model remodel some parts as well, because I did not you know like finish this in one go, so uh, you know that's a creative process, and you have to improvise as you go. Right now you can see that I've noticed a curve in the back of the chair that I did not notice previously. So the curve that I noticed, that I knew that I have to model this, so I immediately model the backside of the object. This is the glass part of the object that you can see that, and by using chaos vantage and using the modeling tool, 3ds max, you can see that I am seeing what the render looks like, and what my model looks like. And I did set up the ortho views of the chair, to be some particular angles that I think that helps me understand the form of the chair better. And in this part, I think I was going to model the holes that you see in the reference image. Chamfering the vertices and then extruding them back, and then putting up turbo smooth on top, and then showing the end results. I think in this particular thing that I was looking, that the UV direction of the wood grain, so that's why I decided to uh, put this cut that you see, because I just switched to wireframe. Trying to figure out, like where to cut and where to put the loops, and you know how to where do I put the vertices. As you can see, I'm not the world's best modeler. I just do modeling what gets the job done, and to be honest, this just gets the job done. This is not the world's best model, and I do admit that I'm not the world's best modeler, but you know you can get the point across. And in the end, nobody would probably be looking at this model like very closely, inch by inch. But you do have to be precise about the major form. And right now, I think I was experimenting, by trying to collapsing it to turbo smooth and getting it to rise MUV, but I think in the end it did not work that well, so I decided to go back and undo the changes that I am doing right now. So I think this model did not require complex UVs, so in the end I think I probably will use this simple UVW map modifier and apply it onto the chair, And this is a huge library of polygon texture that I usually use polygon textures from POLLIGON polygon texture library. I did. I think it did not work correctly as I expected. So I pulled up a model from the backup, and uh, I think I will be going with that model. And most probably there is more or less a simplified model. Uh, I think I have to spend a little bit more time on this model, and should have unwrap this model properly. But I think I will be going quickly with Ryzen UV, unwrapping the model, and I'm seeing a lot of bad directions in the edges, but probably I think Ryzen UV is very good at unwrapping, so I think I will be going quickly with the Ryzen UV process. And right now I'm just selecting some edge seams and then making a cut. And this, I think I probably realized that what I was doing, it wasn't going as what I had planned for. So I decided to reroute some edges, but in the end I think I just went for a simple planar UVW map modifier. Because I think I did model this chair quite a lot while I did not model, for quite a while. So that's why you can see some fishy uh, proportion in particularly this uh, these legs of the table, and you can see that I am encountering some geometrical errors, and that error I would probably be fixing, I think, by deleting this polygon and then bridging or capping this. I don't know why this happens, but this happens anyway. That's a good case scenario, because thank God that this did not happen in Unreal Engine, because if it did, it would have driven me crazy or nuts, because the back and forth process in Unreal Engine would be a nightmare. So better that I think that this process get fixed right now. By the way, you can try the polycruncher as well. That is a very good tool. I absolutely love it, and it's good. It's simple. It's amazing. It's fast. Rhizome UV is a really good unwrapping software that usually speed up your unwrapping process by quite a lot, and it has UV directions as well, and it has symmetry as well. And I've been using this for almost a decade now. So that is a quite a good software. Definitely worth checking it out. Uh, in simple art quiz and in games, it is used quite a lot. Right now, I think using the update similar feature, but probably I think it did not work as I expected it. But right now, I am using the auto seams feature in Rhizome UV. That is just purely simple unwrapping. I just unwrapped one part and I applied the symmetry modifier in 3ds Max, and I packed everything together. I did, probably I think I did try to, group some objects together, but in the end, I think I was quite out of touch with the unwrapping, so I think I just, you know, took it as far as I could, you know, go, and I did not try to push it beyond, like to solve the problems. And So I think I was modeling the chair. My typical process would be, to set up the dimension dummy objects. That would be my typical process, because in product modeling you have to be accurate. If you're not accurate at the initial stage, to get the proportions or the forms right or the scale right. Well, first thing would be, to get the scale right, and then you look at the forms and the proportions. Uh, yeah, that that was what I was saying. And typical as usual, I collected all of my references in the pure and the reference image for the model as well. And I am constantly looking, like where to start and how to start. And I usually experiment a lot, and like how I can get this model done fast with using splines or with using the polygon modeling techniques. Nothing is set in stones. You have to experiment, and you have to experiment a lot. Sometimes your experiment that you're doing, works in like one go. Sometimes you have to do it again, and don't be afraid to do it again. Like in this chair, I think I model the bottom part once again, because in the first try I it did not give me expected results that I was hoping for. And in the later process that I found out how I can improve that model, so I went ahead and I did not skip the process, like, me, I'm not going to do this, and I'm not gonna find out, like making excuses for this model to trying to look good, and or this model is going to be, rendered from back, and maybe this model will look good, maybe it will not look good. If you think that you should this model is not looking good, you should spend time and uh, remodel it. Nothing is, done or set in stones. So you have to, put some time and effort to remodel the thing if you know like you messed up. You can see that I am creating uh, a backup folder as well, like I've explained previously, because when you reached a certain stage in a model, that is the base object. And that I learned from the ZBrush and the Substance Painter, and some Substance Designer. They also uses the same approach. Like you have to model the big chunks, and then add the middle, medium kind of detail, and then the smallest kind of detail put on last. So this is pretty much the science behind all of these uh, modeling and texturing tools. And ZBrush, I think, came up that technique first, where you have to, build some bigger meshes and then subdivide the mesh and then put some detail in the mesh, and then like vice versa, progressively improving, constantly improving your model. And you can see that I did boolean the objects, and in the later stage I will be realizing that this was not probably the best approach. So I think I will be going and re-importing these paths back, and then applying the boolean once again, and then fixing the geometry errors. Looking my model in all views and constantly looking at my reference images as well. I did apply the cut and deleted the top parts and bottom parts of the polygon. Now I'm trying to see if the smoothing groups of these objects are working or not. If the smoothing groups doesn't work, you have to put additional support loops. I think that was what I was doing. I was putting up support loops, trying to chamfer the legs of the table, but they are not working greatly because of the way that this model was built. And probably I think I was trying to do the retopology, but I totally forgot how the retopology modifier works in 3ds Max. So I think I had to go back in the previous version of Max where I was comfortable with using the polycruncher. The polycruncher is far more superior tools than Max's tools. table in Rhizome UV, and I think I was just going to do a quick automatic unwrap, uh, and then bring the model back into Max. And I think I did not chamfer the top and bottom. And right now I am modeling the other table as well, and I think I will go quickly with this one, because I think I was getting more and more fluid by doing modeling. And as usual, I am setting up my reference boxes to the proper scale, and then proper uh, length and width measurement wise, and probably creating some curves to know, like the guide curves. Yeah, I did the guide curve. And probably I think I realized that that was the wrong way, so I used the bevel modifier because the table had, you know curve on both sides. Right now I am using the symmetry modifier as always, and putting up some support loops, trying to see my references as closely as, cycling my references, not to miss out any detail, like how this object is modeled. And I usually, go with the three views, uh, the perspective one, and the right or the left or the top view or the front view, depending upon the complexity or the references of the models that are available to me. By the way, I will be uploading all of these files to the Patreon. You can subscribe, and or go to the Patreon shop and download the scene files, the Unreal Engine and the Max files, both of them as well. I think I used the Pro Optimizer version in Max, the Pro Optimizer modifier. Yeah, the Pro Optimizer, I think it's quite good now in these days. Selecting edges to, put the chamfer modifier. You have to use the chamfer modifier because it is, quite frankly speaking, it is very needed, to catch the highlight like you see in the reference images, both on the right hand side. uh, Later in the stage you will see that, without the chamfer, these nice highlights that you see over the objects, these white highlights, they cannot be created without the chamfers. Just applying the simple slice modifier, and I've just, pushed the bottom of the table legs slightly top because I have to put the table caps there. Doing the bridge operation. I did use the Pro Optimizer modifier as well, and I think the table is done. Probably, yeah. So this kind of unwrapping I am doing. You can do this in Max as well, but I am just kind of used to Rhizome UV, and I've been using this program for quite a while now. So I think this is very comfortable to use for me because I've been using this, for quite a while now. By the way, you don't have to unwrap the model as well. Depends upon the complexity. That kind of a model could have been done by you just simply applying the UVW map modifier and setting up the scale to uh, 100 centimeter by 100 centimeter by 100 centimeter. And I think I am going to merge all of the uh, files in one single file so that I can see the scale of the objects. Probably I think that was what I was going to do, and probably check the scale. And in there, that part, I was not satisfied with the model, so I think I decided to do the remodel. Or yeah, I think I decided to do the remodeling of the object because I wasn't satisfied with the geometry or the chamfers uh, that I made. So I almost applied the same techniques. I, you know, used the Pro Boolean to merge the objects together, and then I applied the chamfer modifier, and I welded a couple of vertices to fix the model, and I think that worked a lot better than the previous model that I had. I use uh, clay mode to see the model in the shaded view. It helps me see the visual form a lot better. And I think in this part I am trying to attach these models together and putting up a multi sub object material, like uh, how many material this object need. And you can see that I am looking at the reference images and modeling the base cap for the table and the chair. Just setting up some soft selections and uh, just adjusting some final touches in the model, putting the caps like I've mentioned, because they are in the reference image as well. And who knows, most probably I will be, putting up a camera of this table in Unreal Engine. But as you can see that I did not put up the camera in the Unreal Engine. And in this part, I think I was ready to be, set up everything and export everything to Unreal Engine. So I exported everything by layers, as previously I've set up everything in layer. So I did started exporting everything into Unreal Engine. I think I was, setting up the placement of the object so that they would, be appearing at proper location in Unreal Engine. The first table and the chair were, I think, I set up in this room, and the other room was the straight table and chair. And this is probably, yeah, I think that was this. I did experiment a lot with the blinds. First, I thought I put up these kind of blinds. So in the later stage, I thought, well, no, I think I put up curtains over there. Setting up the naming of the file and keeping myself organized and converting the material of the object to standard object, because when you do FPX export, the V-Ray or Corona materials will not be exported. So you have to convert your materials to standard before using the FPX exporter. The datasmith, you can use the V-Ray version files, to uh, export to the Unreal Engine. Data Smith can take your V-Ray materials, and now I think Data Smith can use Corona, like on basic level Corona materials as well. This process is called assembling the scene in Max, and while this is a tedious process, uh, you have to set this up in Max as well. Otherwise, if you don't spend some time setting up this in Max, uh, or if you try to do it in Unreal Engine, it would probably, I think, take a lot more time. Some people they do this process in Unreal Engine, but I am quite familiar with 3ds Max, so I usually like do this process in Max, so it is easier for me. And trying to fire up chaos voltage and trying to see that why this material is pink. That material is pink because when I converted materials into Corona, the uh, script that converts the materials, it does not converts the deep layers of nodes. You can see that now I have to apply a standard V-Ray material and put up a diffuse material, and remove all of the nodes like the composite node in between, or some sort of a multi sub object texture. So I did fire up chaos voltage and to see the diffuse map and all of the other maps, because there is a very simple straightforward process, but you have to spend time doing this to, if you don't check your materials, whether, like, you see that is a mess, and these materials, they will not be translated into Unreal Engine, and you probably won't can get any texture. So I decided that I have to manually convert these materials to standard material, and put some standard materials in there, because the standard material is it is converted to the front side and the left side, or something like that. These pink materials, they have issues as well, because they are not converted properly. You can see that you have the blend material, when you replace it with the standard material, then it will not show a pinky error. I did experiment with this cabinet, and in the end this was not looking that great, so I deleted this. That is the process that you have to use. And also, when I combine this model, it has some huge texture correction, so I decided that there is a lot of work, and I don't have time to do that much of a work, so I decided to ditch this. And this wasn't looking really that great as well. So I am now looking at chaos vantage. uh, you can see that I replaced some objects on the table with the vase, and I usually I convert my scene to Corona, and then I convert my scene back to V-Ray, because chaos voltage can, be usually utilizing the V-Ray materials. And you can see that I am using the up arrow key navigation in 3ds Max, like I am navigating in Unreal Engine. That is very useful. By using the up arrow key and by using the left and right curly brackets on your keyboard, you can, uh, set the speed to fast and slow for those objects. This is the part where I start to export the FPX to Unreal Engine, and I am using smoothing groups and preserve instances, and I check the embed media option because these options are very important. And one more thing at this stage, you don't forget to use the UVW map modifier on walls cut, because I think I forgot to use the UVW map modifier on a lot of the objects that I am exporting. And you can see that I am exporting these objects by the same layer name that I am using to export the objects. I usually select the layer by double clicking on it, selecting the objects and copying the name of the objects, and then select the objects and export the objects. In this case, because these are instances and the FPX files for now, on not that I can think of, don't support the instances in Unreal Engine. So that's why I use the ceiling lights to, export with the datasmith. And typically the whatever the objects, they have a huge amount of instances and they don't require a lot of material change, and they are small. I usually export them via the datasmith plugins. Otherwise I usually use the FPX plugin to export the objects, because I typically like to, set up the shaders and export these objects uh, via that way. And these objects, you can see that I am, uh, setting them up in Max's center, and I am setting their pivot points because these are the hero objects that I want to be moving, manipulating in Unreal Engine. So I have to place these objects in Unreal Engine manually and set up the composition for the architecture in Unreal Engine. So that's why I am exporting these objects in the center of the world 000, and then because the pivot will be correct in Unreal Engine, so I can move these objects very easily in Unreal Engine. Engine, and I just simply open up the content drawer and imported all of the FPX files just by simply right clicking, or you can see add and then clicking on the ceiling or the ceiling object, and then clicking on import and then import all. And one thing you can notice that I did renamed or created the folder same as I created the folder in Max, like the door layer, and I put the door layer objects in Max. And in Unreal Engine, when I import, I create a new folder named door, and then I move the static mesh objects to that door folder, and then I do the process, same process over and over again. I create the folder, the same folder name that I did create the layer in Max, and I move those objects in the folder in the content browser of Unreal Engine. And I don't move the textures because I will be applying textures manually later. And besides, these materials that created by Unreal Engine are master material, and they put strain in Unreal Engine, so we have to create a master material and then create the instance of the material. You can see that I am experiencing a weird issue, and because all of these meshes, they have written skeleton in front of them, so that probably, I think, uh, the fpx file did not export it correctly. And I did back to a previous version of Max because I was experiencing problems with Max 2023, and the FPX exporter was not doing a functional job as I would expect it to be. So I decided to uh, switch back to a previous version of Unreal of Max, in this case 2022. No, sorry, in this case 2020. And you can see that I can easily select and replace furniture, like in the furniture layer, and I am turning off animations and lights and audios in the FPX. So the weird skeleton issue that I was having, so I don't have to face that, and I can just easily import uh, the files. And one thing that you have to do is you have to turn some buttons on and off. Once again, I am creating the same name folder and same name directory structure. So you can download, probably I will be uploading these files, the Unreal Engine ones and the Max ones, to my Patreon page. So you can download those files through my Patreon account. You can see that I forgot to apply the UVW map modifier, so I fixed some issues and then re-imported the walls geometry back into Unreal Engine, and I quickly move the static meshes to their specified folder that I created in the geometric folder, and I copy the name of the file that I am importing, and I create a new folder and set up the name for that folder to be that exact folder. And I'm usually organized in the outliner as well. I create the geometry folder, and then I put the all of the geometric files there. You can just simply drag and drop the geometry that you imported. You can see uh, that I just imported the geometry and moved them to the geometric folder, and then I will be resetting their transforms, by just by simply clicking on the arrow, this arrow. And in this part, I am establishing, or compiling the geometry, the scene in Unreal Engine. Also, I am always super organized. Like I don't I don't simply just do a sloppy job, because sloppy job, it will get you in trouble, and you will probably be in trouble for a long time if you do a sloppy job. So my suggestion is that when you start assembling your scene in the Unreal Engine, start organizing your scene right away. Don't wait for the end, don't wait for the middle. Just start organizing right away. Right away start organizing your scene. That will save you quite a hassle and a lot of time in future. That was a skeleton mesh. Probably that's an error. So these were the hero objects. As you can see, their pivots are on their bottom, unlike the other objects. So I think uh, I turned on the volumetric fog, and in this case it's not helping me. Probably I have no idea why this is doing that. So I am lowering the fog density, and in the post processing volume I think I will be adjusting the camera. Yeah, I I set the exposure to manual, and probably lumen is looking very awful at this time. Unless you put some direct light and help lumen with the global illumination, it will be just terribly awful looking. Because you see, when I move my camera outside it looks great, and when I move inside it doesn't look great at all. And I don't like the blooms and all of these effects, so I usually turn them off, or I usually take them way down, so they, like, I'm not grenaditized by these blooms and the auto white balance, like we saw right away, that pure white light. And I think these hero objects I will be assembling in Unreal Engine, and you can see that I switched to top view. By the way, Unreal Engine navigation is a little bit different, and particularly the copy mode in Max, you can do shift copy. In Unreal Engine, I think you have to use the alt key in shift. The object move uh, in Unreal Engine. You can see that I exported these objects separately and in the center of the world in Max, so that's why their pivots are at their respective positions. So that's why I am assembling these objects in Unreal Engine very quite easily. And these objects, their pivots, you can see they were not. So yeah, the scene starting to look, you know, a little bit good. And if I hide the curtains, you can see that the indirect bounce light. Oh, glow! I think the plants have glowing material, and this geometry is flipped. We can fix it in Unreal Engine or in Max, but in this case, I think I went ahead and fixed this in Unreal Engine. I open up the modeling menu and scroll down, and probably in the, yeah, attributes, and in the normal, I, there we go, flip normals, inverted the normals. And that you can do in 3ds Max, but Unreal Engine 5, I think it has quite a lot of tools built in nowadays. So that's why I did not export the geometry back to Max and then re-import it. And the ceiling lights, I told you that I use Datasmith uh, simply because to preserve the instances, because I simply do not want these objects to be 1000 different objects and apply 1000 different materials to these objects. Datasmith can really take care of the instances. So there you go, there you can see the blueprint. So that's why I decided to use the Datasmith, and you can see that I went ahead and instantly I created a folder called Datasmith, and I moved the geometry, ceiling geometry, into the Datasmith folder. And I am always, as I stress upon, I am always staying organized as much as I can. Right there, you can see that I completely turned off the fog. I did not like the fog effect at all, so I completely disabled the fog. And I think in this phase, I am starting to put up the lights. So at this point, I am starting to light my scene in Unreal Engine, just setting up my source length and width. By the way, I am using the ArcWiz template in Unreal Engine, and what the ArcWiz template is about, that it comes with the ray tracing shadows enabled, and I am using the RTX 3090. So I think I don't have any reason to not to use ray tracing, and this whole scene is using the real-time ray tracing, so I'm not getting any lag or anything like that. And I am using the real-time lumen technology and the virtual shadow maps, and you can see that right away I am organized, and I made a folder called the artificial lights, and I've moved the lights to that folder, and I am, just trying to see the geometry clear. So I did hide some geometry and turned off the grid so that I can place my lights accurately at almost the spotlight points, the real geometrical points. I tend to not to use spotlights on all points. You can see that some of my bulb have starting to see that X. That's because I forgot to turn the movable in all of my lights, and that is very super important step. You have to set the mobility to movable on all of your lights. Otherwise, you will not get proper shadows in the lumen. Now checking my lights in the perspective view, that plant is really bothering me, and probably because it has emissive material, and we have some lumen problems. And because now I am lighting only, that's why I've set up the mode in Unreal Engine to be lighting only. You can see the top left viewport menu that is saying, right where it's saying perspective, you can see that it's saying lighting only. So I've switched to the lighting only mode. And one thing you can do in Unreal Engine, that if you select a lot of the lights, you can change their uh, intensity together. And I select the post processing volume, and then I am adjusting the exposure, very similar to Corona. You can use the uh, exposure in how you set up in Corona. You can set up the exposure in Unreal Engine if you set the mirroring mode to manual. Right now I am noticing some weird yellow tone when I look up and when I look down. This is probably due to the global illumination that is happening uh, in the scene. Probably I think some lights are casting these. I think I did set up the yeah, I did set up the temperature mode to 3500K, but later I decided to set up the temperature mode to most probably 5500K to uh, more or less cold lighting or white bright light, rather than warm lighting, which is between 2500K to 4500K. I usually go with the temperature. I do not use the light color because the light color is random. So that's why I usually stick with the uh, temperature in the light. Now you can see that is constantly a tweaking process. Adding some lights, uh, tweaking their brightness, and then adjusting the exposure. That is a very typical process that you use when you're doing still renders in Corona or in V-Ray render engine. So same goes here in Unreal Engine as well. I did put some generic lights, to illuminate the whole scene in the top of the ceiling, and I am adjusting the attenuation radius. I don't want this light to, affect the whole scene. By the way, if you lower the attenuation radius, you will get some drastic changes if you increase your lights or decrease your lights. If you increase your lights, you have to increase your attenuation radius as well. At least this is what I found out. And uh, similar to, like Corona, you have, your HDR lighting mode uh, in Unreal Engine. That is the same case, but I did not use the HDR in Unreal Engine. Right now, I am trying to see what is composition wise interesting and what's not interesting. Probably, I think I will turn off these blooms. Yeah, I did turn off these blooms because they're very distracting and, quite frankly, staying very annoying, and I don't like them. Just experimenting with some barn door and length and width of the light. Probably experimenting with the attenuation radius, brightness. That is a very creative process, lighting up your scene. That totally depends upon the mood of what you're going for. Right now, I am starting to notice that all of the shadows are hard shadows. So probably I think I will, yeah, I am increasing the source radius. That is how you make your shadows soft. So I am selecting all of the lights and increasing the source radius of the lights to 10. Now you can see that the shadows are soft, and in the interior visualization there is probably the key, like how your shadows are behaving. And these shadows, they dramatically depend upon the ray tracing of the GPU that you're using. So I am using a ray trace capable GPU. So if you want to get the best out of Unreal Engine, you have to use a ray trace capable GPU, and probably like 24 GB of video memory. That is, I think, in my opinion, that is for sure what you need. 3080 Ti will do the project, but I typically don't like the 3080 Ti because the lack of memory, and I usually prefer, like, the larger the memory, the better it is. That's the formula that I want. I want you to, that is a personal preference, and it also depends upon the budget. But I usually like to, when you're doing some professional work, you have to have a lot of video memory. Just experimenting with lighting, different lighting condition, like what works and what doesn't work, and Typically you would want to spend some time, experimenting with lighting. You generally don't want to, put a light on top of the table and that is the best and that's it. You want to be experimenting, like if this light works and if this light in this situation doesn't work. You have to experiment a lot by simply, if you uh, put an hour in lighting, that is going to pay you off in long run. So in my opinion, I advise you to, spend some time on your lighting in Unreal Engine, probably an hour. I think I'm going to speed up the video. So in this part, I am going to create three spheres. These I called the exposure spheres, uh, and the purpose of these spheres is that I will create uh, black color, white color, and middle gray color, and a chrome ball. So basically, these are called exposure spheres. These are really good, to check the scene's exposure, whether the black color is not overexposed or the gray color is not overexposed, nor the white color is overexposed. You can see that I am going to quickly create a couple of materials and then create instances of those material for that material, and then I will change the base color. By the way, 0.04 is black. Nothing is purely black in reality, and this is true for the white color as well. And one thing I've learned that middle gray is not zero point 0.5. It's you can see on cameras that middle gray is 0.18 percent. That usually, is the correct middle gray color. And there you can see I've typed in 0.18. That is middle gray. And white is also absolutely not white. There you can see that I've typed in 0.85 as white, and then the chrome ball. So I think I will just click the metalness to 1. There you go. That's really nice looking chrome ball. So you can see that now the white is white and the gray is gray and black is black, and from these exposure spheres I can judge that my scene exposure is fairly good and it's well exposed. It's not underexposed, it's not overexposed. So these balls, they tell a lot, and you can see that there I soften the shadows by increasing the source radius to 10 of that particular spotlight. And I usually like to name my material, my master material, starting with the M, which stands for master, and this is the nomenclature that Epic Game recommends that you start with the M, or the whenever you create a blueprint, you start with the PP, or they have great documentation about typically how to work and typically how to set up your scene. So I think in the next scenario I will be creating a very detailed, very sort of elaborate material that I can control the specular, the contrast, the brightness, and all sorts of things. Right now I've imported these textures and they all are saying VT, which stands for virtual texture. And this is a setting that you can turn off in the Unreal Editor project settings. So by default I think that virtual texture is needed for light baking. There is or there is, I think, that I've read in the documents. But in this project, I'm not going to bake any sort of light. So I think I will be converting these visual textures to regular textures so that I can work with them more easily. And these nodes, I am, applying them for, I think, the normal texture. And I think I will be fast forwarding this video at this point. And I've just created two constants and converted them to parameters and just rename them accordingly to my needs. Just simply trying to uh, accomplish. There I've just created some constant as well, and I decided to promote the roughness to parameter. And I've just copied the previous node graph from the previous material that I've created. Now I've set up the blending mode to translucent so that I can access the opacity channel. And these materials, I think I was creating the curtain translucent and non-translucent version, and you see that I've created the material master and material instance as well, and I've moved the master material to the master folder. Once again, like I like to be organized. and I've changed the shading model to translucent, uh, and then I put rectangular light outside so that I can check the translucency, see if it's working, and I can see that yep, it's working. The translucency is working. I can see the light behind the translucent curtain material. There you go. That's really nice effect. Just experimenting with light, see if that is improving the overall shading quality of the scene. Right now, I improve the, you know, increase the source radius angle so that the shadow that was really hard shadow, so it would be soft. I'm seeing some geometrical glitches. Probably, I think I will be replacing or updating the geometric from 3ds Max. See uh, if what is going on with the geometry. And there is the other, and there is a cheap trick that I use. I create a V-Ray glass material in 3ds Max, and I export this object via the data smith. That's why I can access to the material, uh, a glass material, so that I don't have to create all of the nodes. But later in the project, I will be creating the glass material from scratch. I think this material will not do the job very accurately, or the results that I was looking for, uh, I could not get them by these. And there I've realized that there was no glass over here, so I just quickly created a box and set up some thickness for the box and exported that box. So uh, when I import, and I've imported the box, and I've quickly organized my asset, and I've replaced it. There you go. There you can see. And I've replaced the glass material that I've imported from V-Ray. When you use datasmith, it automatically creates a master material and then creates an instance of the material. Right now, I think I was looking in the scene, poking around to see what's working and what's not working. And I've realized that there was something wrong with the meshes, and or maybe not. Yeah, I was just testing some generic wall material. Typically, I don't like to use more than 4K texture, because in the end the result isn't that much great, and you have to sacrifice a lot of performance if you use 8K textures. quickly adding a multiply node to control the intensity of the diffuse color, promoting that uh, multiplier. There you go, some desaturation control of the texture. When you want some desaturation in the diffuse color slot. I think I was going to put some nodes, a lot of the nodes in the master material, advanced material. There you can see that I've named the material advanced material, so that I can have the contrast, the brightness, and saturation, desaturation, and all of these controls in my material. Also, I want to be able to switch to a gray color or multiply color. So I've used the linear interpolate, and I think I will be labeling it to base color mix. Yep, that's what I did. So this is pretty much the setup that I use for my diffuse or albedo color. And the second color that I want to mix was, I've set that to white color. You can see that I don't use values above 0.85, because if you use values above 0.85, there is no more value left for the highlight, and you want to be remembering that you need some space for your highlights. And you can see that I've used a node called cheap contrast, and I've just promoted that to parameter. And before that I used the multiplier node, and I think I will be calling it to specular intensity. Yes. So these are pretty much the standard nodes which I think that you can find in the uh, Evermotion arc models or Unreal Engine. They pretty much use these kind of material setup. There you can see that I've plugged in, I've copied and pasted the nodes, and I've plugged in to the roughness and the specular slots, just rearranging my nodes, because you need to have a clean graph, because after a while will be you will forget what you did. So if you have a cleaner graph, you can understand, even if you look at the graph for after a while, so you can understand it. And by the way, you can comment as well. I did not comment it on my notes, but commenting is good. You can do that by selecting the nodes and pressing the C key. And there you can see that I have a lot more parameters now: specular contrast, specular intensity, and yeah, I did promote the textures. I forgot to uh, promote these. So one thing you need to do in Unreal, you have to save your materials. There I've just tested the base color, and now that you create the master material, you can easily swap these with other textures. And there I am testing the roughness contrast, roughness intensity, specular contrast, and specular intensity. See if these are working as I've planned them to work. There I've just moved the white sphere to see if the lights are not too yellow or too warm side. So I've changed the temperature to 4500, and I thought, yeah, they were a little bit on the warmer side, and I wanted to uh, look them a little bit colder. There is something definitely going on. Yeah, the normals are flipped. Yep, the normals are flipped. So I think I will be correcting them in Unreal Engine by flipping the normals. Yes, invert normals, tick box, and accept. There you go. It's fixed, and the lighting is fixed also, and the doors UVs are not correct. And I've just duplicated the white material, and I think I will be changing its color to black. And remember, you have to set the base color value to 1, otherwise you won't see the second material input. And I think after a while this process is going to be uh, a little bit boring, because this is just creating and assigning material, checking to see if what's working and what's not working, like simply just adjusting the specular, adjusting the roughness, and adjusting the base color. And this power is so easy in Unreal Engine, because in V-Ray and Corona you have to use a very powerful computer like a Threadripper to see these kind of results happening in real time. So creating and assigning materials, and checking to see if the material is looking good or bad, is a very intuitive and straightforward process in Unreal Engine. This is absolutely amazing and fast. How fast that we can create materials, see the feedback in real time. So once you create the master material, you can see that I am just ticking and using uh, the type of parameter. I'm just tweaking the type of parameter, that what parameter should I be tweaking. You can see that I've turned up this to metallic. I know that this surface is metallic, so I've just put up the value of metalness to 1, metallic to 1. Remember that a surface is either metallic or non-metallic. So I know that this is metallic, and I've just put up one, and I've just start playing with the values of roughness, contrast, roughness, intensity, and this pretty much gives me the result. You don't have to, when you're using metallic, you don't have to uh, touch the specular value, because the specular value, I think, when metalness is 1, that at least to my understanding, the specular values doesn't do anything if metallic is set to 1, because either the surface is metallic or not metallic. And right now, I think that uh, I found out that I was having a lot of UV problem. So uh, I went back in Max, and I quickly assigned a UVW map modifier and set the modifier to 100 by 100 centimeter, and set the projection modifier to a box mapping. And I've just deleted all of these and then re-imported them back into Unreal Engine. Quickly just reassigned all of the materials back, and at this point I'm just experimenting, and you can see that I've realized that these objects are not UV mapped. By the way, I could UVW map in Unreal Engine as well, uh, and in some objects I will do that, but I think it's better that you go back to 3ds Max and apply a UVW map modifier. And right now I think I am, you know trying to find some good textures. I use polygon textures, uh, and after assigning the material, there I've set the tiling of the texture and reset everything, because this is not a metallic material, so I've disabled the metallic input, and I've reset all of the values, and then start from scratch, because it's very easy, to tweak these settings like seeing in the viewport and then tweaking, that is just really awesome and handy. And their object is a mess, and it has a lot of materials. Probably I should have, check that object in max and put one or two materials on that object, so I don't have to deal with tons of materials. And sometimes you see that I used even simpler material, not even the advanced shader, which has just metallic roughness, specular, and base color input. That's it. And that is sometimes exactly what you need. You don't need to be over complicating things, like this material it has to have all of these nodes and all of these inputs, then you get the results. That is actually not the case. Sometimes you can get away with very few settings. Remember, if it looks good, then it is good. And I've set up the base color tiling and also the base color texture, which I've mixed with the diffuse, albedo of the texture. And I think that I tried to uh, project, and in this case I did the mapping in Unreal Engine. Probably, yeah, I did this in Unreal, or not really. I think I went back into Max, but I think you can get away with setting up the mapping in Unreal Engine as well. But I think in this case I wanted to set up two materials, so that's why I've deleted the object in Unreal Engine and then re-imported back from Max, because I did set up two materials, because I wanted two materials on the table, one for the tabletop counter, and one for the wooden you know planks uh, around the table. And once again, I am just trying to search to find some good textures, and I've converted these textures to regular textures so that I can apply them easily. Right now I am just experimenting to see what's working and what's not working, and probably, yeah, that's a specular intensity. Okay, then I've switched that to gloss map, and probably I will be adjusting the roughness. Specular, yeah, I need less specular. Yes, definitely. That is the base color intensity. Remember that parameter that we created in the advanced material? I love it. This is amazing that we can do now in these days. Because I used to do that in VRA 2.0, because this was really a hard thing to do. And before you have to, in your mind, you have to process before pressing the render button. You have to process, like how this material is going to look like when it is finished rendering. And now the technology is so advanced that you can see these materials in real time, not even in while rendering in real time in Unreal Engine. That is just so amazing and awesome. And the quality is not bad at all. I mean, you get some sort of a quality loss, but it isn't that much of a difference compared to an offline renderer. Arcway's point of view, and I'm not talking about some other like subsurface scattering, which Unreal Engine is good at as well. But there are some things that offline renders can render really good, like really, really good, that our real-time renders cannot. And Unreal Engine does a pretty good job, especially in the Arcway's field. Well, not especially in the Arcway's field, now in Arcway's field as well, because Unreal Engine is a gaming engine. So I remember that uh, when I play Unreal back in the day, Unreal Engine, not Unreal Engine, Unreal 2, and we used to play Capture the Flag, and boy, that was amazing. So, back to the topic. Once again, I am just, testing and experimenting, just resetting the values and desaturating and increasing the base color intensity. You just need some good textures and you're done. That's it. When you create that kind of advanced shading network, don't forget to save your file, and don't forget to save all. Save alls mean that all of your materials and your levels and everything gets saved. And I think I'm now creating the emissive material. That's the first time that I'm creating an emissive material. Trying to see now what should I go with next, or what object should I attack next. Sometimes it's best to look around and plan your strategy. Now what, like what to attack, your next, what is your next move. And there I've just pressed G to go into game mode. Game mode means that all of your icons and your lights and everything is hidden in the viewport. By pressing G again, you can bring them back, and you can see that uh, the nice highlight on the table. That highlight is because we've model, or probably have picked up the model that has chamfer. If the model did not had chamfers, then this highlight would not appear here. This white bright highlight. And I've just created a simple emissive material, and created the material instance as well. And probably I did not assign this. And right now I am trying to identify what is what. And I think I did not identify, so I just made up a guess. And there, that was the correct slot for the material. And I set the material color to be green, to to be really obvious. And I've created another instance of the emissive material, and I've selected all of the lights objects, and I replaced the material on all of the ceiling lights. And right now I think I did not like the floor, so that's why I deleted the floor object. And I think I will be using a simple floor and then applying the texture in Unreal Engine. So that's why I've deleted the floor generator object, because I did not want the cuts in the geometry. Probably, probably that's what I was going for. Yeah, and I am now searching for wooden planks textures, and there are a couple of textures that I've imported, and just simply I've just assigned these textures, imported them in Unreal Engine, and converted them to normal textures rather than virtual textures, and trying to see if that is looking okay or not. Just adjusting some basic color correction, rotating, mixing with other color, and the carpet. Yeah, it's looking good. This is the carpet material. It has a diffuse and a normal texture. Right now I think I am trying to find a good carpet material, see if that is working or not. I do experiment a lot. I sometimes I apply some things and I don't like the result, and then I change it, and then I find something else. That is a really good habit, because you have to experiment a lot. Otherwise, you won't get a good result. Probably, I'm seeing that the carpet is now too light. It blends with the floor. But let's see. Let's see what will I do. And one thing I'm not liking is the glass material on the chair, because it's not glass, it's actually plastic. And the plastic, these are the hero objects and they have to look really good. So I have to work on these objects. And right now you can see that I am cropping the textures, because in Unreal Engine my preference is to bring the 4K texture 4096 by 4096 maximum, and I typically don't like to bring textures higher than 4K or lower than 2K depending upon the objects, because if you have a ceiling lamp which is really small, there is no need to put a 4K texture to that ceiling lamp which is really small. and right now I am experimenting with the wood texture, trying to see that if it's working. Sometimes you can see that I've paused, and during that time I look at my reference, see if the reference is working, see if the reference is good or not. And in this case, I think the UVW mapping was not working correctly, so I decided to re-import, or maybe try to put some. Yeah, I it's working, I think, in Unreal Engine as well, but for some reason the texture is looking a bit low quality. Probably because the texture, I've scaled it to from 6K to 4K. I don't know, maybe what the reason was. And then you can see that I am experimenting a lot. You know, there you see that I've put the texture in 4K square format, 4096 by 4096, and I've cropped all of the textures, the albedo, the color, and the normal, because Unreal Engine don't understand a 6K map, uh, at least to my understanding. Either it's 2K, 4K, or 8K, and then 16K. Probably, I think that is what I've read. So that's why I've downscaled my texture from 6K to 4K. And if you have a 2K texture, you cannot upgrade it, upscale it to 4K. Or maybe possibly, I think nowadays you can, by using some sort of AI tools, if you happen to have one at your disposal. Probably you can try. Right now I am just looking at my reference and trying to find a good wood texture, and then there you can see that I've downscaled my textures to 4K textures and re-imported them, and then I've converted them to regular textures. Right now I'm experimenting, adjusting the base color tile and base color intensity, and then probably specular intensity, yes, roughness intensity. Now it's looking good. Yeah, that is just insane amount of normal intensity. I don't need that much, probably just a little bit. Checking to see how many materials are on the TV. Probably I will be applying just this black glossy material to everything except for the screen. And right now I think I'm going to set up quality settings. These are the settings that I use. I'm still not using nanite because nanite gives some sort of weird shadows, and you have to put some command lines to get rid of them during the rendering phase. And I'm still not a big fan of these console commands. Probably you can get away with them. These can be found easily on the Unreal Help documentation website. And I did experiment with the Unreal Engine layers. The layers are not working as I expected them to work. Probably because I'm using the Unreal Engine 5.2, and there is still a bug in the Unreal Engine 5.2 layering system. Because when I put some object in the layer and I hide and hide, it doesn't do that. Right now, I am trying to create a really complex plastic glass type of material. I think this will be probably the complex material that I've created in Unreal Engine by far so, because glass and plastic transparent acrylic type of materials is really hard in Unreal Engine to create unless you're using the newer strata slab system they've introduced in Unreal Engine 5.2, which is really good and great, and it is capable of creating all sorts of complex materials, uh, but the instructions are quite high on those materials because they're strata slab materials. They are there to mimic the offline renders, but of course they are, their focus is to do the tasks in real time. So probably in the next future version of Unreal, maybe in 5.3 or 5.4, probably I think the strata materials will replace these standard materials, or this standard workflow, which we are, quite used to. And right now I've just uh, created a simple texture uh, coordinator node, multiply node, and couple of constants, and then a custom rotator node. And I did promoted the constant material and named that to tiling normal, and then this is the texture rotation angle. And these are just simple normal textures that I found online, or I think these ones I've used the polygon textures. Just sped up the video because I think that was going too laborious or too boring to watch. This is not a very complex, job, because there I've used two multiply nodes and I've used them append A and append B. Right now I am trying to set up the blending mode. I think I did try to, I did, yeah, yeah, now it's looking It's looking really good. Now I've got a lot more parameters to adjust. There I did the tiling, normal texture tile, and probably I am seeing. Yeah, there you go. There I searched for the IOR because in the 5.2 release, the IOR is built into the shader, and there you go, index of refraction. And now I've got access to the index of refraction, and I've set up two constants which I've converted to parameters, and I put the Fresnel or Fresnel effects. You can see that what Fresnel effect is doing. Probably you can relate this to pretty much in every standard 3D package. And right now I've just create a linear interpolation mode and just mix them, and then a refraction. Now I've got the, there you go, that is what I was looking for. Final fall off. You can see that the reflections behave really nicely, and now I've got the color option in the glass or in the plastic that I can change. So now that the plastic is not looking very odd, probably normal is too much. I think I will have to adjust the normal or fall off, or probably specular roughness. There you go. There I've adjusted the normal intensity. Right now I am just experimenting a lot with the normal, the Fresnel fall off or Fresnel fall off, the base color, trying to see what's working and what's not working. And probably I am looking at my references a lot. Now I am trying to create a TV material, and this is where I get stuck almost every time. I try to do this material, but you know, I get struck every time. There I've chosen this clip from the Flash movie, and it is playing, and I am just trying to see that Electra player is Electra player plugin. But I think Unreal Engine 5.2 we did not need the Electra player, but I've turned this on anyways. And I think after I turned on the Electra player, the movie was not playing quite nice, because the file was 1080p and it was playing. And then I've turned on the Electra player in the 5.2 version, which I think we don't have to turn on. So I did use the video converter, and I converted the video file to 720p rather than 1080p, because the file was not playing correctly. So that's why I downscaled the file to 720p, and I did not go for the 1080p version of the file. Right now, I am just experimenting with uh, the TV screen, see if that particular footage is working and the other one is not working. So the reason I've told you, because the file was 1080p and it was not playing well, so I did, you know, downscale that file. And probably I think I will create this material. No, now I think it's working because the intensity was too low. So the file, the 1080p file, is still not playing, and that happened after I turned on the Electra player plugin, and you can see that now I've converted the file to a low res format, and now the file is playing at 720p. And now I am just trying to adjust the plant material, and probably this material I did not create an instance shaded material. Right now I am just looking at my door material and applying door materials to the doors. Trying to see if this chair looks particularly good in that place or not. Once again, I've still had bad luck with the Unreal Engine's layer system. The layer system, I think, is not working as expected. Probably it will be fixed in the later stage. And right now, I put the chair in that place because I wanted multiple cameras to, be placing and moving in at some specific angles. Right now, there you go. I've been, playing with the cameras, and there I've just set up a quick sequence. I've set up some cameras and I've started to, animate, see if that's working or not. Just setting up some keyframes and adjusting them. Once again, I'm trying to, see if the layer system is working or not, but the layer system is not working at all. I've just set up these few cameras, and they are just really simple pans. uh, and they don't have any like complex sort of motion, just very simple pans. Now I've just created a new level variant manager because I wanted the chair to change color in different multiple cameras. So three to be precise. I want three colors in the chair, you know, to be changing in the animation. So that's why I've created this variant manager. In this way, I can change the materials of the objects, and that is a process, a tedious process, because the chair, it has two materials in the U and the V direction. So first I just added one material, and the next I will be adding two materials in the horizontal and vertical directions. And there I've realized that I have to use two materials, not one, because the chair has two UV directions. And now the variants are working. And then I created two different materials. One is for the horizontal wood direction, and the other one is for the vertical wood direction. And I am now checking back into Max to see if the UVW map was working or not, because probably I think I've realized that the chair UVW map was not good. I should have, what I should have done is, like, applied the texture in Max, and look at the texture in Max, and then exported the this model to to Unreal Engine. And there I fixed the UVs and exported the chair back, and re-imported the chair back into Unreal Engine. So now I've got two uh, materials that I can work on, one in the horizontal direction and one in the vertical direction. At this point, I think I was not happy how the texture was looking, so I did quite a back and forth in Max, and then uh, back into Unreal Engine, because the texture was not looking great. So uh, yeah, now I've got the second material and the second UV. There you go. There one's one on the horizontal and one on the vertical side, and you can easily re-import the geometry that you've exported by right clicking on the geometry and saying re-import. There I've set up these three materials in the variant manager once again. Now when you click the material, the variant dot gets disappeared and you have to click back on the variant dot that I was struggling. Just trying to adjust the wood material once again, uh, trying to look at the reference, and I think it was not matching quite as well, so I decided to just tweak a little bit more and probably do some redo some changes, because these are the hero objects and our animations will be focusing on these objects. So I was taking my time and you know to be let these objects as perfectly as good as they can be. So I think in the end I did not use the table variant 1 and variant 2 in the animation. I did use, I think, one color for the table. Another challenge that I have to face, I have to put up a coffee mug on the table, and I have to set up a smoke shader so that the smoke is coming out of, or heat is coming out of the coffee mug. And probably I did a lot of experimentation with the materials, but in the end I think this was not working greatly. So I think I decided to probably I decided to change this material to a default material, I think, and I just use the standard Niagara smoke system in the Unreal Engine. Slowing down a video a little bit uh, just to touch up some sort of settings that are used in the Niagara particle system in Unreal Engine. So as you can see, I am changing the velocity depending upon my needs, and I think that is working nicely for this cup scene. But still, I did not find the solution to you know the heat is coming out of the boundary of the cup. So I think eventually I will be finding out how to you know uh, to solve this problem. And I think I did created a new Niagara particle system, and I did not replace my own particle shader because that is looking like smoke, and I don't want the heat of the cup to look like smoke. So there you see that I am experimenting a lot with the shader, trying to see if that can change the results or yield the results that I want, but probably that will not be helping me. So in the end, I guess I will be creating a new Niagara particle system and then redoing the process once again. Wasn't able to find a good solution to the smoke that rises from the cup, and everything I do it just leads to a messier system. So I decided to delete the particle system and start from scratch once again. And you can see that I've set up the velocity initial maximum and minimum, and I just adjusted the emitter up and down, and I thought, wow, okay, that is the solution that I needed. Now then, I just uh, have to slow down the particle spawn rate. So I think in the end that I've slowed the spawn rate to maybe 500, maybe more or less slow. Yeah, yeah, that is what I was looking for almost. So that is just a very simple setup. You just have to create a Niagara particle system and change the velocity, and then move the emitter a little bit up so that the smoke is coming out from the cup. So that was the solution that I was looking for, and there you go. That is really nice and slow. In the animation, it did not uh, you know felt that much, but the client requested it, and we have to do what the client says. A job's a job. Render, so I've set up quite a few camera angles uh, and set up the sequencer. And by the way, I always use 24 fps. uh, that is the frame per second used in film, and I always use 1920 by 1080 composition. You can use 4K, but in my case 1920 by 1080 works fine. and you guys are seeing that I'm still using old softwares while they do the job. And yeah, they work, and you don't have to pay for software every year when it comes out. Just experimenting with the camera. There I'm still experimenting, I think, with the Niagara particle system. Now I think uh, it was time to set up the sequencer to output the video file, to render with the video file, and the cup emitting smoke as well. So I've switched the camera to a cinematic view. Now I am setting the other table materials. In the animation you saw the others, the second table with the chair and the camera animation. The flowers, I I think that I've used the master materials on the flowers, and I've just simply put up colors on the flowers, and I did not bother to put textures or create an instance shaded material. Right now, you saw an X icon. That was because I did not set the ability of the lights to be movable. So once you set the mobility of the lights to be movable, and there you saw that my global illumination have increased. So what I did was that I set the light bounce, indirect light bounce intensity to more, I think, to 5 or 10. And there you can see that I'm setting up a camera, and I try to go with the 50 millimeter lens, and you can see that I'm adjusting the clipping planes. If Because if you don't adjust the clipping planes, your camera will go through the wall, and you won't see anything beside the wall. So that's why I've adjusted the near clipping plane so that I can see behind the wall. Even though the camera is behind the wall, uh, my objects are clipped, and there I am adjusting the depth of field. Now I am setting the sequencer, like just some simple, very basic animation moves, like move from left to right, and then just adding the camera into the sequencer, trying to find a best camera position, and then looking. There I've just set up the X, Y, and Z move, and setting up a keyframe there. And I've realized that I did not assign the newer material to those chairs. Trying to set up a new camera, like looking what shot looks good and what doesn't look good, thinking of like how to pan the camera. This is just a creative call, and you have to be the judge in the animation, like how long you want the animation to be. And probably in my opinion you have to go slow animation. These camera moves look fast because I've sped the animation to like 400%. That's why they are looking really fast. But they are not they are not really that fast because I've sped the video. That's why I've created a lot of sequences and then put up the cameras in them. That was the newer material that I was talking about, strata material. I did experimented with it because my glass was not looking that great. So I thought, why not? I could, try to experiment with strata materials. But in the end, I think Unreal Engine 5.2 have improved the glass materials a lot. So probably I did not ended up using the strata materials, strata or substrate materials as they call them. By the way, these materials are really great. They are really like the offline renders, like the Corona layer material. Probably, most probably, this will be implemented in the future. Just experimenting with substrate slab materials, and you can find a lot of the documentation on the Unreal website of these materials. Right now, I did apply that material, and it was looking good, but it was looking a little bit more like glass-like. Uh, it it did have the, how do you call it, the refraction glossiness. So it did had the refraction glossiness, but uh, it did not give me the result that I wanted, because probably they are still in experimental stage. And right now you can see that I've applied a light just to lit my object specifically, and I've increased the source radius and source angle, because this is what you do in photography. You apply a specific light for your object. You can see Mike Kelly's tutorial on interior furniture lighting. He's a really good photographer and he has a lot of good tutorials on how to do interior and exterior lighting in real life. So I did watched his tutorials, and that's why I like to sometimes put some lights where my objects get too dark in the viewport, and I've just pressed G to hide all my icons. And in the sequencer right now, there you can see there where I put the light, it's now brighter, much brighter in that area. There I've just a little bit, I've adjusted the light a little bit more to see if the shot is well lit, save all is probably very important. There you go, that's a really nice, good sequence. And I've just set up a quick render settings in the Unreal Engine. You can find a lot of documentation uh, of these settings online. I use these console variables and I don't use screen percentage to 200%. Variable. By the way, that variable does is it literally upscales your resolution to 4K and then downscales it to 1080p once again. So that's why I was able to, that's why I was able to achieve higher resolution render results. And the really great thing about using these real-time render engines is that you don't have to pay for the expensive render farm, and if you get screwed up, you won't your money won't be lost, and you just have to re-render your shot and see if the problem is there or not. And I pressed up the remote rendering for Unreal Engine, and I let it render for a while. So at this point I am testing some objects movement, that what's working and what's not working. Trying to figure out the animation of the objects in the sequence. Now I've set the mobility to mobile, possibly yes, because I want this object to be movable in the sequencer. Now I'm thinking that roughly how much seconds I need, and in this part I rendered all of my animations, and I brought them into Adobe Premiere and just quickly exported some the sound that I got from a free sound source. You can search the Google royalty free music. So I've just imported a clip, and before that I have listened to a couple of clips, like with the music and with the animation playback on or off, like what is working and what's not working. Just trying to figure out the animation sequence, like where to put the animation and how to start. Just scrubbing the timeline. I just pressed the M key, which mutes the music, so that I can focus more on the shot the sequence, like how I want to be arranging my sequence, like what comes first. As you can see that I've moved a couple of shots back and forth, like one I moved first and the other one second. So sometimes it is a creative call, like what goes before and what goes after. And you can see that in that particular shot I've reversed the camera animation, because I think that looks much better. So that's why I've reversed the camera on that, the animation movement. You can see that I quickly scrub the play header, like what is in this shot and what's in the other shot, so that I can arrange the timeline. So this is pretty much, this is called editing. And you will be useful to this process when you do a couple of edits. Then you will know, like what to put and what not to put. And probably in the end you will discard some of the shots, and some you will keep. Right now I just hovered over the shot, and this feature is quite nice. It detects cuts in the Premiere. You just have to right click over your timeline, and it's called scene edit detection. And you just apply the edits. So Premiere will automatically cut your footage upon any camera angle change. So that is quite handy. So you can see that I've put all of the camera angles in the end. So I think my goal was to put those shots somewhere in between. So that's why I've put them at the end of the timeline. So these were the colors of the chair. So right now I am thinking that the music is somewhere slow in the middle. So I decided that I should put these shots in the middle, so that the readability would be nice and clear, because I want these chairs to appear moving when the music is slow, and probably have some text appearing onto the chairs. Right now, I am probably experimenting, trying to see what works and what doesn't work. Right now, I was trying to move the entire timeline with the tool. There, I've just put one cut shot in the starting, because I thought, yeah, that shot was needed over there in the edit, and I've just filled up the space. Remember, I am editing on the music, and there is just one simple rule: uh, cut on the music. Cut on the music. That is just the rule that I follow when I edit, because music is essentially a very crucial part in my editing process. So I don't just start to do edits because this is a TV commercial that I am editing. So I have to, be choosing a quite good music, so which fits to the commercial, or the purpose of the commercial. What I usually do, since this is a very generic commercial, what I usually do is I you know pick music which is usually upbeat. Upbeat means it has some sort of energetic beats in that. If you don't, your client requires, or your edit requires a slow paced music, then this edit would be a lot different. Because I was feeling in, a little bit moody, so I decided to pick this upbeat music. So it kind of worked for this animation. As you can see that I am slowly building the editing process, but sometimes when you do edits, you get a little bit, forward with the, sink in with the beats, that the edit, it doesn't go well. So watch out for that. So I think at this time in point, uh, I got my edit probably nicely, rolled out to some sort of, at like 80% editing is done. Probably because, I usually take the playback, and you're saying that I take the playback and I start from, a previous clip, a previous camera angle, because I'm constantly listening to the music, seeing that the shot is working, that the shot is, is working with the music or not, because this is what editing is about. There you can see that I've, made a cut on the music, and I've just zoomed in and zoomed back. Probably I think I don't like this shot all the way to the bottom, because quite frankly speaking, it's quite boring, so I might have to, cut it in the end. So that's why I've cut the shot and put it at the back of the timeline, so it will not be quite as boring to watch. I think I will be fast forwarding a lot, because this is just very simple editing process. Because you once you know that is pretty much a repetitive task. You have to listen to the beat and follow your cut on the beat process. Now you can see that I've sped up the clips of the animation charts because I try to fit them on the music there, because the music was slowed for that uh, much time. So I decided that the shots that I've rendered, the color changing shots of the chair, so that's why I increased the speed of the shots to match the duration. And right now you see that I put a default transition in the music and in the video shots as well, to help the music a little bit, ease, like sink in, like it's not an abrupt cut, like you can feel the cut over here, at the start of the music, or at that process, or at that time. The end goal of this animation was to make a 1 minute animated sequence. There is a very important process that I played the whole animation with the music, and I've almost placed the rough cuts where I want them to, feel the animation. Some more editing tweaks. Probably at this point you got the idea then, that what editing is about, and I recommend that you follow the editing tutorial from the full-time filmmaker guy. He's his courses are really good, and they can get you up to speed really fast. At this point, I am just going into Photoshop and just simply cutting these objects to put them in the new layer so that I can easily animate them in Adobe After Effects. If I put these objects into these separate layers, I can bring the composite, and I can edit them separately, like you can see over here. Now when I open the PSD, you can see that I've got all of the objects in separate layers. So now I've just set up the composition layer placements, like where I want these objects to be, and I've roughly checked the uh, width, height. So my composition length and width should match the composition uh, of my frame. So I've then set up the composition to 1920 by 1080. That's a full HD resolution, and in After Effects, that is a pretty simple process to like animate these objects. So some things are working, some things are not working. There you can see I was trying to align these objects over the composition, but in the end I've switched to the main comp, and or probably I think just I put the nested comp in uh, I think the background layer, or rather not. There I've just applied a simple wiggle position effect onto that specific layer, and by changing a couple of its parameters I can easily uh, you know arrange the position of that wiggle animation. So now I need to put the wiggle uh, effect on all of these objects so they can be easily animated. There you can see that is the results result that I've achieved just by simply putting the vehicle, and there I've just animated the opacity as well for just for 1 second. I was experimenting a lot with the After Effects composition, but in the end, this project got a little changed. So yeah, well, that's a whole different story. Just some simple transformation and wiggle position effects that I've applied in After Effects. I really don't know much about After Effects. I've just recently, learned this program like couple of days ago, but it kind of was the requirement in the project that some things needed to be animated. So I decided, well, I was already using Adobe Premiere, and After Effects is kind of a part of the suite, so that's why I chose Adobe After Effects. So pretty much we are almost at the end of this tutorial, and pretty much the editing have been done and the effects have been done. This looks really weird, but I kind of did it anyways. This looks really, really weird. But anyway, that was what it was. So it kind of played its part in the game animation. Simple infographics that appeared on top of the animation, and I think I will be putting the animation uh, at the top of this end of this tutorial with the music, so you guys can watch the animation as well. So anyways, thank you very much for watching this tutorial, and don't forget to go to my Patreon page and like, subscribe, and help me support to produce more contents like this. Thank you.